All right. Relax, guys. I'm here. It's okay. And it's not your fault. What's up, Jen Jen? Don't quit. I was kidding. I've gotten like 400 fucking notifications about this like 0.07 fee from fucking WeBull over the last 2 weeks. And I'm all for broker fee disclosure, but it's literally nothing. Why are you charging me for being a cat? I thought you weren't going to come back with the milk. What? Why? Hmm. 802 test. And a tiny bounce. Is this bullish? Uh, because we're allergic to milk? Who is? I have trust issues. I see that. It's always my fault. That's what my wife says. I don't know who to believe anymore. Hmm. Who makes you feel better? So, Kirk, did you get any sleep? Because I didn't. I got very little, but I did get some. They're gonna have to expend a lot of energy just to get back over GN. Mm, yeah, a little bit. What does the Magic 8 Ball say about jolts? I don't think labor is really cooled that much, unless unless the last like jolts isn't really an indicator of the labor market. Let's be clear of how loose of an indicator the JOLTS data is. It's just demand for jobs or openings, right? Not necessarily that any of those companies are actively trying to fill those roles, just that they exist. And many of those openings are there specifically to meet, government contractor requirements and subsidy requirements. So there's tons of jobs that those companies have no intention of filling that are just open all the fucking time. Prime, it's one way of putting it. Looks like ES is bouncing back to retest the 50 level. I think we'll probably normalize a little bit going into the data. So, Bulls have about 15 minutes to close the gap or at least get this, back near yesterday's close. This would have been awesome if it had just happened at the end of day yesterday instead of having to wait until this morning for it. Much more fun when I had a bunch of out of the money puts. Kenny needs to eat too, Gurg. Yeah, I know. Bad data. We 5800 goes bye-bye. Probably, yeah. Bitcoin to 100 bajillion. Hmm. What did it do? Oh, look at that. Leverage dollar up, dollar up. Amazing. Hmm. 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 Let's do the pre-market data interesting to you. I mean, as far as like GDP expectations go, I guess a little bit. German like consumer confidence improved a little. Um, Retail inventories fell, but not negative. And part of that's we're moving into the holiday season. Wholesale inventories fell a little bit negative, which is not a bad look, and Redbook is up, so consumers are spending money into the fall, which is not unusual. Um, Home prices fell a little more steeply than I was thinking they would. And also year over year home prices fell a little more than I thought they would. But like the house price index wasn't too awful. So I think those kind of just canceled each other out for the most part. Jolts, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I mean, I don't want to try to predict jolts. It's far too erratic of a data point. Somebody at Meta you know goes on Indeed and posts 10,000 jobs that week. Boom. What's with the Riley play? What Riley play? These charts look sketchy. Yeah, they do. That's correct. The tenure is spicy, Papa. I know. I know it is. It's quite spicy. Crowd green peener. Oh shit, do I still have crowd positions? Nice. I almost forgot about those. Free money. Where are you? Yeah, go up more. Most likely we chop post jolts. I mean, if jolts comes in perfectly flat, in line with analyst expectations, then yeah, I probably won't do much. DJT, third halt, 2 limit up, 2 limit down. Gross. Imagine overpaying for options you probably won't make money on. If you have a moment, do you mind reminding what the threshold for tenure in banks? So around 4.5, some of the regional banks start to get exposed to mark-to-market losses. At 5%, some larger regional banks, 5.5%, some of the GSIBs start to experience pressure. At 6 to 7%, they start to like fail. Like all the GSIBs start to fail. I don't have to imagine. That's my trading strat. Banks are strong and resilient today. One bank to rule them all. I mean, JPM can't absorb that much in losses. Interesting failure. Yeah. Hmm. Extraordinarily overpriced. Is Zion a bank a valid play? What? Can you rephrase that? I think today's action's more important than the others. Probably the floating rate note in the 7 year. high joltage? Oh wait, it's in 5 minutes. Yes, it is. They want to short Zion because you mentioned it in the video about the beta. Cute. Mm, I'd have to dig into Zion's exposure. I don't think they're they're not in a great position, but they're not in the worst position. Hmm. Interesting. All right. What strike Riley calls you got, Papa? I don't know what you're talking about. That's on December 20th. Wells Fargo, $55 2Ds. Probably not enough time. Everyone say it with me. New all-time high. Hmm. Interesting. Gold data. Big mess. Interesting. Wah, wah. Sad face. do we care? Hmm, probably. Well, maybe not. Sold puts out to 58.35. Bought puts at 10. So pin to the 10. Longer dated bought puts at 20 and 50. The sold call ramp at GN, just above GN. So calls getting sold into the positive gamma range. Gamma to the downside's pretty flat. I would say if we lose 58.10, where there is a modicum of support, we can drive down further, especially on rising vol. To the upside, we'd have to push above 22, 25. Yeah, above 25. I mean, bulls could try to pump it here. Positionally, they're not disadvantaged. Is Jolt's gonna trim yields at all? Will not appear that way. Fed fund futures. Not much of a move on that either. 23, 25, critical. I would actually say that like 32 is more critical, but I mean, getting above like 21 pushes gamma positive. Above above 30 pushes it more positive and offers some actual support. What's the data for tomorrow? GDP and the QRA. So probably not a ton of event vol for GDP. Consumer confidence is a big beat. How big? Ooh, okay. Hmm. 900 weeklies are $1.50. Interesting. I need to adjust the gamma and delta neutrals on my chart. I forgot to do that last night. Give me a second. Mm-hmm. 58, 27, 21. 58, 26, 23. Interesting. 80. Almost at the bottom of today's drop. If GDP comes in high tomorrow, yields are gonna have a big green peener day, aren't they? Probably, yeah. Especially if we're like well above 3%. Is Jolts a nothing burger? It missed. But it missing isn't bullish, so I mean, no one's probably gonna do anything with it. Hmm. Is this September high? SPX is at resistance here. Interesting. I'm gonna think about this one. There's sold calls at 310 on crowd. I already closed my spreads. Hard rejection after filling the gap for the straddles. It might keep going up, but I don't really want to play it. I got a 58.35s at resistance. Not playing around anymore with those hard bounces, rejections. Yeah, that's smart. Futures fall back to 50 support, then rip. I think if futures fall back to the 50 support, they're not in a good spot. That would probably be very bearish. We rejected off the high. The high of the rejection here on futures is yesterday's close. So some sellers there. We're just above the lower trend. Yeah, I don't think another failure of 55 would probably not be very stable. I'm not sure this bounce is really significant either. At least it's not yet. Gamma neutrals look pretty much the same on both chains, and it's like right around there. 58, 26, 25. Probably Glorp. Who wins the election? I don't know. But you understand market stonks. What the fuck does that mean? Whichever party feels more like going out and voting that day. Yeah, but votes aren't shares of ownership in a politician. How do I get my vote to count more? Ooh. See, that would be a better form of government, but we don't have that. Would you give Jamie Dimon a free Gamma Strike membership if he asked nicely? Only if he constantly promoted it. I bet David Solomon would sign up if you gave him a VWAP hat. Wait, are you David Solomon? When I swing my bedpost, it's not just a strike, it's Gamma Strike, TM. The more money you make, the more your vote counts. No, 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 no. It shouldn't be a financial threshold. There should be like levels of exams that you can take, and they qualify your vote to be more heavily weighted. Then watch the rich people try to make sure that we're uneducated. Whoo boy. But also, if you're caught cheating, they shoot you. Okay. By that theory, the pickle jar would have 2 votes. Yeah, but you guys could try to spend all your time convincing me how to use them. Voting weighted average president participant, yes. Citadel's Ken Griffin says expectation is Trump wins U.S. vote. I mean, huh. Oh my god, it's a coin toss? Really? Ask him what he's charging for out of the money calls. That's how you know. That's how you know what he really thinks. I mean, I don't see how Trump wins. He has people like Ryan Cohen like campaigning for him and Elon Musk. And we both know that they're neither one of them are capable of accomplishing anything. Don't tempt the general public. Those two knuckleheads have also been falling upwards their entire lives. It's true. Kamala has the juggalo vote. There's millions of them. Riley literally rocketing right now. Cool. Do you think it's a good idea for the newspaper I own to disallow negative editorials on a presidential candidate so I don't get punished if they win? You know what, man? Just shave your pubes in the bathroom and collect your paycheck. Like, don't worry about their policies. The Gherks don't need you stressed out when you get home. Is this bullish consolidation? No. Not really. It's just resistance. Flat consolidation, which is not necessarily a continuation. If we clear 25, what then? More up. It's 26.25. But yeah. I keep finding more and more grays down there. It scares me. I'm not ready for that. I could do with some salt and pepper on the head or the beard when the time comes. I'm prepared. But I don't think I'm ready. I don't think I'm ready for that part. Star Trek taught me resistance is futile. So don't get a call unless above 25? Well, 26.25. And then, even then, still with a tight stop, because a reversal is possible until it clears above like 32.50. Above 32.50, then there's a more significant support. So like 26.25 to 32.50-ish. That's not quite 32.50, but bullish but risky. 32.50 and above, just bullish. And less risky. I think as long as we're under 850 though, like on the longer term, things can still just reject. Most of the positioning for this week is kind of packed into Friday because of NFP. So there's a lot of gamma on the chain, and price action is likely to mean revert back to where gamma is flattest, which is around 25 to 35. I kind of went over this last night. I was like, even if we drop today, like we'll probably go back up. If we bounce, we'll probably go back down. I mean, and like into Friday, we'll probably be trading mostly in this range. We'll have some outliers in price action, but for the most part, I mean that's what people are positioning for, right? Is to they're bearish under 5,800, they're bullish above 5,850. So, and then closer to spot, that's even more condensed between like 25 and 35. Yeah, I've started at 19. Has this ran its course, you think? I mean, I don't think a significantly extended period of higher rates is good for them. But I mean, if you're long at 19, you're kind of killing it, right? I mean, you have a lot of room to make decisions on your position, whether you want to hold it for the long term. I mean, it could fall back towards 20. I would say it would probably be in line with, more negative macro environment. In which case, I mean, you always have the option to sell like in the money calls, right? And, see what happens. If you don't think it's going to go up a lot more, right? But you think it may have some downside risk, you can just do that and harvest the yields. We still need cheaper gas, though. West Texas or Brent? Hmm. I'm probably not going to trade oil today unless it pushes up quite a bit more. I need to stop fucking trading oil. I'm starting to take way too much risk and get way too overconfident with my position. I should just be happy with the money I made on it this month and walk away. Oil has a really, really bad habit of just fucking you as hard as it feasibly can when you least expect it. And I'm not a fan of getting surprise sexed. Yeah. No, don't let the fear creep in. Just, I don't know. Variance is getting too high. It's like, it's, I don't like the risk. Also, I closed out my hedge, and I'm not really sure that it's going to be in a good position for me to reopen that hedge. I'm glad we both are degens. So I sold my treasuries before the Fed cut, right? And now I have like a bunch of cash and I keep doing really stupid things with it. Am I the only regard left in MU? Probably. Can I interest you in taking all that money and shorting all the banks? I have like a bunch of regional bank preferred shares already. Do you think Fubo will stay flat until the lawsuit's resolved? That's a risk, yeah. I do think it's getting repriced on its fundamentals slowly, but it is, and profitability is becoming more and more clear with each earnings. I think profitability could outweigh the negative sentiment surrounding the lawsuit. Because I mean, if they're profitable, if they're profitable under the thumb of monopolistic practices, then you know they're killing it, right? Gold is usually a hedge against other hedges. Okay, yeah, you could think of it that way. When gold goes up, oil and gas and other non-metal commodity hedges usually go down. Depends on the dollar. So yes, but think of it as the risk being dollar weighted. Before you walk away from oil, teach us all so we can do it wrong and then blame you for your bad decisions. I mean, I profess to know quite a lot about markets, but I am by no means an oil expert. Those guys they're a whole different breed. And I don't really want to spend the time to master oil trading. It's far too exposed to like geopolitical risk. I don't like it. There are guys that are very, very, very good at trading oil. I'm good at trading it sometimes, but I'm smart enough to not trade it all the time. Yeah, yeah. The access to information tends to be a big edge when trading most commodities. Hmm. Was that it? That's all the juice in the bull tank? We have a little bit of positive delta support here after the gap fill. Long puts at 35. No, I probably wouldn't be interested in selling calls here. There's still upside risk. Remember here, like right above GN, right? Gamma's increasing positively to the upside. But there isn't a lot of it, right? Because this is zero, effectively. There is no gamma to hedge here, right? So, you really want to be much higher than gamma neutral for bullish price action. The higher you get, the more supportive the market maker becomes. That's why I said this to like 32. I said earlier 26 to 32 was bullish but risky. And look at what happened. The markets are getting too easy to predict, Dork. I need a new challenge. Otherwise, my autism is going to eat me alive. Elections? Good luck. Teach us to be profitable. I don't know how you aren't already. Buying up the Fubo float is a challenge. Best I could do would be like 10% ish. Seems overexposed. Pick the date the CMBS bubble crashes SPX. I wonder how high real yields need to go for AAA rated commercial real estate debt to be downgraded. Maybe like 10 year at 5.5%. Five, yeah, around like 5.5. Be really hard to maintain that rating on them at that point. Although they could try. Did you see the DTC margin update for MBS and the SPX chat? Probably not. They downgrade them or raise the requirements. Would we actually buy bonds again for just holding for years? That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I think we continue to get this like dovish hawkish narrative cycle as long as it can persist. And if Kamala becomes president, it'll extend longer than if Trump does. If Trump becomes president, we probably get a crash much sooner because he'll pull out the safety stops that are in place. The fact that the quants are not rich says trading is still hard, even with all the data. Okay, listen. Dork's had some fantastic plays.
What I really, really want. Put their pickle in my jar. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I wanna hay. I wanna hay. I wanna hay. I wanna hay. I wanna really, really, really wanna zigga zigga 3.
It's gonna be stuck in my head all day. It feels so good. Is the market gonna do anything today? Probably, right? If we break up here, 58.50. We're already doing that thing where we ignore the quote unquote negative data. I'm gonna do a stream where you go through how to interpret or understand the data on Gamma Strike. Probably several. Or videos. Bond market ignoring the negative data. For the most part. I mean, yields are still going up. At least at the top end of the curve. Although Fed Fund Futures is pricing in a little bit more on the rate cut side. It's not pricing in a lot more. We're still sub 0.8 cuts into June. I mean, Jolts just isn't that important, right? It's really the positioning around Jolts that matters more than the print itself. If I wanted to get in on Gamma Strike, how much would it cost me right now? It's in closed beta. So there is in fact no price. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's going to be released publicly. Um, we're getting it production ready, so it's quite a lot of work. Long end up, Dixie slammed. Hmm. Dixie's not getting hit that bad. It's still positive on the day. How do you guys how do you guys not make money with these awesome lines I draw on futures? Have you seen this shit? Look at that. It's one tick off. I literally only make money because of those lines. Yeah, current data points to go look at to determine the amount of impairment charges all these financial institutions will face and how much of it is actually covered. Um, you're gonna have to dig into FDIC data and like probably the regional Fed reports, like the regional Fed banking reports. Oh no, is that a diamond top? No comment. I don't know. Oh no, we left a gap at 30. Poop butt. Well, I'm never getting my $7 fill. Wait, am I? Mm. 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 Downside gap at 13. Pop puts at 35, or resistance, and then not much resistance out to 50. So I think I just stay long. You don't need to stop. Cracks negative 17%. The only macro indicator I need That's because they all sold and bought Bitcoin. Getting stopped out of 15 to 20% risk too many times is why. And missing an entry or entering too late. So loosen, adapt, right? Don't, I mean, try to avoid entering early or late. But as far as getting stopped out, you need to adapt your strategy based on intraday realized vol. Send me that chart. It's literally posted in Pickles Picks. I can't see it on my phone. Pinch zoom like this. Oh. FICCM and BSD's thresholds used to assess intraday's VAR charges during volatile market conditions will be changed. Currently, an intraday VAR charge is assessed when the change in the member's intraday VAR change equals or exceeds 40 million, and compared to its most recent VAR charge calculation, the threshold will be changed from 40 million to 30 million. Okay, that's not too crazy. Exceeds a million compared to its most recent VAR charge calculation. Intraday VAR charge equals or exceeds 100% of its most recent VAR charge calculation. Change in the member's intraday VAR charge equals or exceeds 80 million when compared to its most recent VAR charge calculation. FICC MBSD reviews its intraday margin collection thresholds. All right. Okay, so just a little bit of like tighter margins on variance on risk in the MBS clearing market. I don't think that's that huge of a deal. Mm. Does the majority of people in here use Discord on the phone or desktop? I have no idea. I could do a poll. Let's do a poll. I lurk all platforms. What's up, Visceral? I have 2 by 32 monitors and nowhere near enough. I don't have that problem. I just feel like I have just the amount of monitors I want or need. TradingView on the laptop, IBKR on the phone, like a psychopath. Mostly my phone because I travel. I trade on the tiny TV, small profit. Ooh, I did get to buy it again at 7. No, no, come back. You bitch. Hmm. Hmm. Bearish? Is it though? I don't know. Not yet. Pick whichever one's the majority, dork. Consolidation slightly above GN. It's equal? It can't be equal. I don't believe you. It's just larger than me. Why did Costco do a re? Oh. Mhm. Interesting. If my put position on Costco wasn't a vertical, I'd be down $1,300 right now. But since it's a vertical, I'm only down 125. Yep, they have their advantages. What do your centaur eyes see? I mean, I think things are getting progressively more bullish, and bulls are going to try to push this out to 58.50. I just don't know if I'll get stopped out before then. It could slip, and I don't know if I want to hold through that. But they're selling quite a lot of the 25 put. There are bought puts and sold calls at 35, which is presenting some upside resistance a bit. But I think a move out to 40 is feasible. Probably want to see NQ not fail the 5600 test, which is starting to look, I don't know, possibly more likely. They're pushing for it. Volume's not really falling off, so I think that's looking pretty good. Selling credit spreads still too risky. Where are you trying to sell them? Selling them to the upside seems kind of dangerous. We're not we're not at a great strike to sell the puts. If we pulled back to like 15 or 10, I might consider selling some puts, but I don't think I'd want to sell them here. Been a long time. Want to drop by, say hi. I also want to get your thoughts on the macro picture. Well, that's kind of a long conversation, but I think overall yields have become detached from Fed policy. YCC is continuing. It looks like it's going to continue for the next couple of quarters. We're likely to see yields move higher, and as that becomes a risk, we'll probably see it balanced by dovish and hawkish Fed narratives, as banks continue to roll off their balance sheets. I don't think that's breaking anytime soon, but there are a couple of catalysts that could throw a wrench in the works, like Japan cementing some sort of political uh, mm, let's say, let me rephrase that. Japan coalescing to form a like-minded political body, which looks like it might be several months out, and moving forward with their path of normalization and monetary policy. That would be that would be that would be very bad, for the current situation in markets. Or if the Fed were to cut more and put inflation at greater risk, that could also create some problems. So if the economy doesn't slow in line with Fed expectations and remains elevated, which it will because of issuance and government spending, then the Fed is still hampered in their ability to continue to cut rates. And so, and their rate cuts are not going to have the negative effect on yields that was hoped for. Consensus? It's not really a consensus. And they're separate parties vying for kind of like alliances. They're never going to be in agreement, right? It's kind of just they're trying to reach across multiple aisles. It's not like the US where we have a two-party system. Japan's had a mostly one-party system for the last 40 or 50 years. And so this is a big change. And the Bank of Japan is extraordinarily conservative anyway. And with so much political turmoil, they don't want to be seen influencing one side or the other. And they're probably going to maintain a fairly hands-off stance for a little while, which opens up the ability to lever the carry trade harder, right? Because risk is reduced. And so, I mean, I think we're already very much seeing the evidence of that. Look, Glorp, 30-year mortgages are just back to where they were before the cut. Nothing to be concerned about, and home prices are down. That's what we've been waiting for. Declining home prices, right? Because that means assets. Devaluing assets. Now, what does that do, Popcorn? Think about it. Excellent, beautifully said. I was looking for confirmation, but if you want more, like, you can check out the weekend streams. We still do them, and like that's where we talk more macro stuff, and also things like gallium dildos. The assets become liabilities. Rip incoming. They're trying. They're really trying. This is not the most liquid of ranges, so they've got to put their back into it, you know. I know. BlackRock buys more properties. BlackRock has been shedding residential properties for like 3 years now. The public was woefully unaware of their purchase of residential homes while they were doing it rapidly, and even more unaware of them getting rid of those fucking assets as fast as they can. I can't tell if it's long calls or sold calls. It's sold calls, long puts at 58.50. sold calls long puts. This is some stinky doo-doo, but why don't you guys just try selling more puts if you want the price to go up? Duh. There you go. If this takes too long, do we fall back to 58.15? Yeah, I mean the length of time this is taking for them to get meaningful support could mean that it fails. They're gonna hit harder profit taking on a breakout. So something to think about. Although I think if we get above 37, it's probably sustainable. And then we start to get more support. And they can start to build up some out of the money gamma, and they could really try to push this. You said you wouldn't sell puts here, though? No, because there's a risk of a breakdown. Like, it's just not a good range to sell puts. Like, gamma's kind of right here, right? And then it goes negative, like, there. So, like, I'd rather sell puts down here than sell puts up here. Like, if you're looking at positioning, it's not a great entry. Hey, gap fill. Let's go. Let's hope Tom Lee didn't just see that chart. The orange horizontal lines on your SGX chart, GN, GM, etc. on Discord? Yeah. Yeah. Or are these? No. These are just technical support and resistance levels. The blue line is gamma neutral on the monthly. I put that there today. But the rest of it's just historic support resistance. Pump it, you useless fucks. Didn't fill the gap. I don't like it. Don't like it one bit. Gonna need you to sell more of those pets. Let's go the other way. Mm. Rug pull. Hmm. Back to 20. Mm. I'm net seller under GN here. Not gonna be a lot of support. And it moves negative pretty quickly down. Well, it was a nice gradual move to negative gamma, which peaks around 58.10. So we could get a little spike in vol here, especially if we lose the 20 and 15 levels. Even a test of the 15 level could spike vol a bit. Bulls will want to hold this if they can and keep it from falling any further. But it doesn't look like that's working yet. There's a little pushback. Hmm. If we refill that, yeah, so loss at 25 looks like it could be a little rough. Also sold a fuck ton of 58.25 puts. Yeah, that's why the Bulls don't want to lose this. It would be quite detrimental. They sold a bunch of 30 puts too. The fuck was that? Since you a chart, Tesla to TM, it kind of looks like TM is very undervalued compared to Tesla. There's accumulation going on. What do you think? It's either good for TM or bad for Tesla. I'll look at it later. The Bulls just haven't been the same since someone co-fied the Spice Girls. Fair. How does SoFi sell off every single earnings? Oh, it's because they suck. Jesus fucking Christ. Are homebuilders okay? Rising rates, lower prices. No. No, they're not. I think there's opportunity calls. An opportunity for calls here on the bounce. But I'm long calls on the bounce. I literally did that. Does it mean when my margin ratio drops under 100%? Hmm. Leverage up, ball down. Push. Pumpy, pumpy, pumpy. NQ's really struggling. Gamma's flattening out a bit to the upside. Still having trouble with those puts at 35. Sold calls at 30. Another rug. Are they gonna save it? DT out of the moneyness. I mean, the more time you sell, the more time you have to manage the position. Yeah, but there's greater risk you take that the realized range is larger, right? So, but I mean, generally, it's a lot easier to sell theta than it is to sell short-dated expiries. 5850 is an interesting choice. 1DT. Generally dangerous to sell options when realized vol is so low and IV is so high. QQQ is not going to 550. You think NVIDIA keeps the charade going? They could, but they're running. It's gonna start running out of time soon, and they'll start to adjust guidance. This could be the earnings where they do that, where things get a little softer, but it may be next quarter. Don't forget all their earnings are like advanced, right? So it's messier. Yeah, but Jensen said they broke Moore's Law, so infinite earnings. That's not what he said. He said Moore's Law is dead because they're giving up on retail GPUs. So now instead of making better chips, they'll just spend the rest of their existence combining chips that they've already made onto singular boards. Oh, wait. That's Blackwell. Huh. I feel like the wait for NQ to break up here is infinitely long. Wait, USA job data was 500K off forecast? I think it was like 400K off. How much Tesla did you buy? Didn't buy any Tesla. I bought some calls after earnings, but just because it was gonna run up the chain. I wasn't in them very long. It moved pretty quick. I'm gonna go in and remove the confetti now. Alright, fine. I know at least 3 people liked it. I liked it. So make that 4. Phoenix. Went down, went up. I don't know, just consolidating. Building bullish support slowly. Ow. When left? Never. What? Jesus. Where are you looking for support on oil? Well, maybe long oil again if it goes over 70, but I'm mostly done trading it, I think. They're proposing an extension of extended trading hours. No, it won't mess up after hours earnings releases. Still have electronic hours, we'll just have more of them. Since you said SPX is building bullish support, I closed out my sold 58.50 call for a whopping $10 profit. Now you're a call seller. Look at you, Ken Griffin. Everybody is a trader in Tokyo, and you would not believe the stock I had when I found out their chart didn't go top right down like a manga book. The shock. Ha. This breakout is so fucking boring. Everybody's a I bought a put. We should be good for 50 now. Okay. So they're gonna extend trading hours. I'm assuming that means shares of ICE might do well because otherwise ICE wouldn't be adding the extra load. Probably. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if they're gonna get significantly more volume by extending hours, but they're digging for fees. Any plans to add Dogecoin debit spreads to Pickles Picks? No. And before someone tags PiFi and asks, what do GME for the 20-cent move? I already posted the options data for GME in their chat. You can go look at it. Second. Can't wait to wake up at 1:30 a.m. and full port 0 GTEs. That's not how it's going to work. When you trade 0 GTE calls or puts, do you basically buy lottery tickets, asymmetric, convex? Yeah. Um, the convexity on 0 GTEs is obviously extreme. And as is the symmetry. So yeah, they're pretty high risk, low probability of profit. But I mean, that's one of the advantages of selling them too, is that you can sell quite a lot of premium relative to risk. Have you been on Carvana down or up? Right now, up. Gherkin, I ate an apple. Are you alive? It's about to do a yuck. I don't know about doing a yuck, but it was a failed breakout, which isn't great. See if it finds support. This would be where it needs to find it, so. I mean, bulls are still selling the 25 put. They're just not selling it in enough size to make a significant impact or to break the resistance to the upside. However, on days like this, usually it's just a waiting game, and as we chop and sold calls pull back at like the 30 and 35 strike, it opens up more room to the upside. And bulls just keep selling the 25, right? They sell it in the money, they sell it out of the money. They sell it, sell it, sell it, sell it until the upside range favors them and loosens up, and then we push up. So as long as bulls can continue to hold gamma in a positive range, they have the advantage. It is boring. It's boring as fuck, but I mean, you can kind of think of consolidation on the options really similarly to the way you have buyers and sellers, right? Except it's just reversed. Like so, we have these like downside wicks, and the reason we're getting wicks is not because people are piling into the long side; it's because people are closing the short side of the trade, right? So we're dropping and call sellers at 30, 35. These guys are taking profits. They're making money. Meanwhile, at the same time, you've got put sellers at 25 loading up. And so every time, we dip, a little bit of this sells off, a little bit of this sells in, or buys out, sells in, right? And then, you move up, and then a little bit of this opens up, and a little bit of this closes. And, the weighting of that over time, if you think about that like a scale, right? We gotta do a little whoop. Eventually, the sold puts have more leverage than the calls, and these move up, and then price goes whoop that way. This is exactly the copium I needed. How many out of the money calls do you have right now, Dork? Zero? Just Dork, or can anyone answer? Non-zero. Okay. What are you worried about? Is it further out of the money than 40? Is it 75? You son of a bitch. Okay, I'm not that crazy. 60. Warmer? Oh, the 50? That's not that bad. I mean, I wouldn't, but I I have money. My house is paid for. You're on fire. I've had a pretty good day today. $45? Eh, I mean, you're probably not going to go in the money, but you'll get some nice gamma to scalp if we break up. Which we're doing. Just a little bit. Look at NQ go. Woo! You did it, Bulls. Yeah. If we test 40, I'll feel good. 40 is a little extreme. 37, maybe? 35? I could never leave Dork, and Dork can never leave me. Me and him are legally and contractually bound together. Us breaking up would actually need to involve lawyers. It's true. And since Dork's poor and can't afford lawyers, I'm set. Fuck. You're stuck with me. With more carry leverage, are we back to good data bullish, bad data bullish? No, we're actually in a period where good data bearish, bad data bullish. If we get if yields trim, which they would on good data, quote unquote, right? Then leverage the ability to leverage up diminishes, and tech will sell off. So it's actually good data bearish, bad data bullish, which I know sounds backwards, but the yield curve's uninverted right now, so. He's got his ISDA in Somalia. Get him to Somalia and Popcorn can represent you. Fucking ridiculous. Oil's selling off again. What do? I hope it doesn't kill the pump on SPX. Why are you leveraged up so hard, Cobra? I'm trying to be like the banks. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Mhm. Stepped out. Oh, I gotta transfer more settled cash over. Hmm. Nice. You ever make love to one of the Quad City DJs? No. No, I can't say that I have. Oh my god. What do you have, like 2 calls, Dork? This is some desperate shit. I just want to prompt. Am I a Bernie bro now? I don't know. Are you? Or T plus volume on GME. It was yesterday. GME volume today is lower. ARB's starting to... yeah. Just still a positive spread on ARB. You don't give a shit. Why am I telling you? No, Biden didn't refill the SPR. Biden's definitely checking that hot potato at someone else. Dork. I hope you can forgive me, but this seems apropos. Wait.
Fate wasn't kind, lost his home. York was a man who took a gamble bold. In the city, lives of stories never told. Played strangles on a speedway. Fate wasn't kind, lost his home, his peace and his mind. He wandered through the alleys, searching for a place. A whiskey and regret were all that filled his space.
Kenny, if you're listening, this is your cue. Mute Moon it.
York's dreams were shattered, floating in the air.
Anybody else experiencing a lot of sound stuttering on YouTube? Yeah, everyone.
Trading your life for a
There's a lot of
gambler's
buffering.
song. Hopes turn to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn. Sold his last possession for a ticket to nowhere. Took a bus to the forest where he found despair. Built a shack of timber, shadows and pain. Swore never to gamble his soul again. Nights grew colder and the silence loud. Living with memories, wearing them proud. A fire kept him company, though his heart was stone. Dork danced with the darkness, always alone. Oh dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn. Oh dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn.
Why is AMD mooning? Why not? Vol up into earnings? Seems like a good enough reason. Dump this? Come on. There's so many sold puts at 25 now. It'll be hard to dump. We'll need like repeated failures probably. We killed like 8 on 5830. Not enough. Hmm. Does anybody use the WeBull web version? Is it several ticks behind? Probably. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Like the browser one? Hey, there's the breakout. What if it fails, Dork? Are you prepared for that? Ever since they updated, it's very noticeable. Lick my nuts. Nice. Curious. Gold almost at 2,800. Cute. WeBull Futures is delayed unless you have an account open. Yeah, but I don't think he's talking about futures. If it's just a couple ticks, it's not futures. He's just talking about like probably like the index. Hmm. Could you give an update on either the chain for AR or Iran? I don't know if I have either of those. Oh, I do have AR. AR is moving. It's kind of well supported. It's got some. That's not right. Hold on. Wait a second. Sneaky. Hmm. Okay, so AR not that well supported, but above 28 things get a little bit more bullish. Looks like there's a decent amount of open interest out to about 37. Right now, I mean, still very much at risk of falling back to like 26, 25. But above 28 things get not only more bullish, but a little bit better supported. And then I don't have. Video 150 tomorrow. Place your bets. Free money. Interesting. That sounds stupid. YouTube's audio drops make Gherk sound like RFK Jr.'s voice. Awesome. That's all I wanted. At least for me, the stream is absolutely fine. So I've been using the backup servers the last couple days just so I can maintain like a constant upload without too much lag, but there's issues with the backup servers. Hmm. Hmm. Ah. Hmm. More reach on the high here. Did Brits use the term cocksure about SPX's closing numbers today? I don't think so. Hold on one sec. back. Hmm. Hmm. So close, Mr. SPX. You can do it. Get over 37. Let's try and let's. Yeah, we might. Mm. So I like to listen more to obscure reggae bands, right? So I'm trying Smart Shuffle on Spotify, and their algo's like, "Yep, this guy loves super duper obscure reggae." I mean, yeah, that's what they and you have both told me repeatedly. I don't understand the problem. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I'm a fairly basic bitch. Hmm. In your opinion, was America's last greatest innovation? No. The most impactful? Social media, by a long shot. The 40-year mortgage. I've been really falling off since the McGriddle. Invention of zero DTs. Mortgage-backed security. Time for the good old pre-auction pump. Maybe. I don't think the auctions are going to be great. Unless liquidity picks up a bunch today. It looks kind of shitty. Hmm. It's not breaking out. Failing for real this time? I don't know. We'll see. Support's still there at 25. Hmm. It's a good thing Dirk took profits, right? Let's go test that support. Well, we filled the downside gap. I don't know if we'll test the support or not. We might. Let's see if NQ slips 56. Or, I'm sorry, 26. 20,600. I gotta go take a dump while this consolidates. And you guys pull this shit on me. Did AJ buy calls at the top? Probably. I think he just bought calls in general. Did the Bulls even want this? I mean, that was their big push. They tried to get it. There's a lot of sold calls to the upside. It's not exactly easy to squeeze them out. I regret strangling the data. Why? We had a big fat move. You didn't make money in the $40 move on your strangle? Is Carvana going to 225? Maybe. Yeah. They're still on payment in kind, so there's no reason to think that they couldn't beat earnings. Is this where bulls sell puts and save the day for AJ and friends? Maybe. What if it is really Kenny? He's just here to mislead us. Interesting. Well, I don't trade off anything AJ says, so I don't think it's something I'm super concerned with. Hmm. Are we forming a head and shoulders? Possibly. Uh, a little bit, yeah. How low could the head and shoulders break down to? If we were to lose 25, we could fall back to like 10, maybe. Actually, 15's a little bit more supportive now. Maybe like 15. But I would, if that happens, I would not expect the dip to last long. AMD collar roll. It just tested 65 resistance off of the 60 bounce. There's a lot of options near a spot. AMD gap at 13. Goon me harder, daddy. Broadcom OpenAI developing an AI inference chip. Is NVIDIA about to get wrecked? Have you considered the possibility that bulls really want this above 50 heading into earnings? The earnings tonight aren't like super important though. No, but you get more downside liquidity, helps keep things stable into the shit you care about. Well then, I hope 30 minutes to expiry we're trading at 58.25. Hmm. I like the cut of your jib. Thanks. I like the cut of my jib too. Thought experiment. You're poor and you only have $290 in settled cash. You want to make $50 at least. At least $50 to maintain your dignity, but end of day. What's your move? Wait till the last 30 minutes? Try to get something at the money? I don't know. Play a bounce or a rejection. You only need like a $1 move. You make it sound so easy, because it is easy. How buy option and not have price instantly go in the opposite direction? Set a stop when you buy your option. Set course for Garbage Island. I mean, it's comical. I've had 20% stops instantly trigger. Are you buying at support and resistance? You should probably set your. If you're buying it like. If you're trying to buy these and play. I assume you're playing continuations when this happens to you. Right? Continuations are dangerous. You usually want to set your stop really tight, like 5% or something. And generally, you want to confirm them, It's much better to confirm like another test and a breakdown by here. Set your stop here, right? So like say you wanted to go long the continuation here at 37, right? So you go, you know, you would wait for a break above 37, you would buy, and you would set your stop at the prior resistance or support. You do not want to buy, but if you buy at the test, the chances of a hard reversal are really high. What do participants buy when equities are pricey and the bond market's imploding? Commodities. Bought at 32.50. Had a tiny dip. Then rip. You bought like what, the put at the breakdown at 32.50? Is 37 the flip point for bullishness if we get over it? I mean, I really feel like that was 35, but yeah, I mean more of the 35 gamma comes online, so or well the 40 gamma if we push above this resistance. 40 is really kind of where this tops out. I know a lot of you guys are aiming higher, but you probably wouldn't see that until like power hour. Yeah, I'm hanging in there. How you doing? Your noise floor is out of control. I don't know what that means. I thought we fixed it. I thought everything was good yesterday. Now fucking people are gonna start complaining again? Listen, I don't have the capacity to predict market movements and then additionally fix my audio. Thank you, Baradactyl. I love the hum. Nice. If they could stop selling my call, that'd be great. You have the 50. Boop and sploot. Yep. right at the top of the gamma. Going for 50. This is, I think, roughly yesterday's high. Or, yeah, right? No. Yesterday's high was... That's not yesterday. Yesterday's high was... Actually, it was a little bit higher than yesterday's high. God, what a fucking mess the SPX is. Auction? Yep. We got the 7-year bid to cover 44 billion sold, bid to cover 2.74, yield before 4.235, yield at 4.215, so negative, no tail. 89.69% awarded at the high, 71.96% indirect. IPSOS poll came out. Registered voters prefer Trump's approach to the economy. Hold on. $47 to 37%. Harris's lead over Trump is 44 to 43 among registered voters. What else did they put out? Hmm. 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 I think they're pulling back the 40, selling the 50. Yeah, it kind of looks like it. I mean, the 50 and the 45 are very, very heavily sold. It'll be a struggle to push higher than this today. Even if we do, we may not hold it. Mm-hmm. An electrician over to do some work. They charge 2.9% fee to pay with credit card, or you can pay with Bitcoin and get a 15% discount. So did you just load up on Bitcoin and pay with the Bitcoin? I get this odd feeling he's not reporting his Bitcoin earnings. Not your problem. I had some free BTC from clicking stuff in Coinbase over the years, and that free BTC paid for the work today. Nice. Well fucking done. It was a long, hard battle today, but I made a positive few $100, closed all the positions. I'm grateful for your company and insight. Cheers, my friend. Rugs and kisses. Mwah. Thank you so much, Rug Pulipotamus. Now that we're up here, do we push into upside positioning if there is any? I mean, the next upside move is squeezing out the short calls at 50. Short calls, long puts. It's a pretty strong resistance. I would say that it's far more likely that we would need to gap it in an overnight session versus being able to push through it during the intraday. So we're probably likely to just see more shit sold. I still think we do it, but it is crazy. It's definitely not impossible. Just probably gonna be weird. Hmm. This is such a good setup to rug the bears. Not if we start slipping, it won't be. We did mark a lower high, so yeah, on the longer time frames, this is still a lower high. Although higher than yesterday. And not actually, well, not off of a lower low though, right? Yeah, slightly higher low. Not much though. I don't really know if that's relevant. I mean, technically a failure here is still a breakdown of the trend, right? I think this can break 35 to the downside? Maybe. Bulls with the chutzpah. 50 net game is a fortress for all other expiries. Yep, that's a big fat old fucking resistance. Head and shoulder into head and shoulder all the way down. You mean all the way up? Interesting. Uh-oh. Alright, nobody tell popcorn. What does the magic Greek see? It's been a while since we've seen some magic lines. What? We were just doing bounces. We bounced to the top of the range and then we failed, and now we're dropping maybe back to the bottom of the range, but slowly. It's 8x. 800%. But yeah, we can't seem to go much higher at the moment. No, the dollar would have to push up above like 105. Hmm. This is a moment where I would love to have live data here at 58.36. Gamma falls off to the downside if we lose support. Continues to fall off for a bit too. Let's go set a new intraday low. I wonder if we could. There's a lot of sold calls to the upside right now. Not a ton of support at 35. 25's still very supportive. But there's long puts at 20. And we're getting slightly more long puts at 40, but not nearly as many as long calls. About half the amount. I successfully hedged a bad position with futures and came out even ahead. Nice. Well done. That is a smart move. Yeah, sometimes you can just set like an out of the money buy stop on ES and protect your options contracts. I do that for spreads probably more than anything else, but that's exactly what I did. Okay, Gurk, you already know, so just tell me. Not today. What are your thoughts on the new SC2 patch? StarCraft? I don't fucking play StarCraft. The SC2 Reddit has been crying for days, weeks over it. Standard. Just noticed QQQ nearly at 500. It's very close. Yeah. Well, the auctions are out of the way. 7-year wasn't great. I can't find any information on the FRN. I might have to look up the FRN. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right. All right, cool. I'm back. I traded from my phone today, but typically trade on laptop. I forgot my personal one at home today. I made 40% on 2 calls. Nice. Well done. Yeah, today wasn't a bad day to trade. I picked up some money on the straddle. I got calls on both dips. I don't think I sold either one of them at the top, but made like a solid like 20 to 40% on them. Lisa Sue better tank this. Maybe. Isn't the best, not the worst. Like an average day. I mean, I appreciated the pre-market move. Opening flat would have fucking sucked. Got rid of the put side pretty quickly there. Same, yeah. AMD will crush earnings. Nvidia will pump 5% tomorrow. I don't think. I don't. I'm pretty sure that AMD has guided down for the rest of like 24 and 25. If I order a t-shirt that says SPX 5830 forever sad face, how many weeks will I get to wear it before I need a 5805 version? Nice try. We're probably, again, stuck here until something substantial changes. Estimate for earnings is up for quarter 3. That's what analysts expect, not necessarily what they'll deliver. Will you replace your VWAP hat with a QQQ 500 hat? Ooh. Interesting. I like the way you think. Hmm. Anything worth playing for the remainder of the day, week? I mean, there's lots of things that are worth playing. I don't particularly like holding equity positions overnight on anything in NQ or SPX during earnings season. So I usually kind of veer away from equities here because not because I'm worried about earnings, it's the fact that you get incidentally influenced by them. Um so I just kind of don't focus on them. And with event vol so high, I'd kind of rather just trade moves and indexes until some of the event vol falls off. Just intraday shit. But there's a lot of stuff. I mean, vol's hiking, so straddles have been pretty fun here. AJ's not entirely wrong about that. How much did that hurt you to say? Not at all. Straddles are good. I'm sure AJ's doing them wrong. I mean, if AJ repeats the thing I say, I'm not going to say he's wrong. That'd be ignorant. Are you calling me ignorant? Hmm. Suspicious. I always add my own flair to your thesis. That's why you don't make money. There you go. Solved. I just fixed all your market problems. You can unsubscribe now, please. I made 100% on Micron. I hate you. Short MSTR from this high? Interesting. I could move up to like 275 still. Fubo? Finna? Maybe. When's earnings? Friday? Hmm. Hmm. Are you gonna fucking fail this or what? It tells me you're still streaming and YouTube isn't otherwise broken, I say. Hmm. That doesn't work. Oh, I think that's much better, actually. I just had to use the shittier noise suppression. There's still like a little flutter of fan noise, but it's barely there now. Interesting. That's the sweet spot. And, well, it's a spot. Hmm. His gate threshold is too low, but his dynamic range is too high to raise the gate threshold. Catch 22. Sounds like a fish tank aerator or some shit. Are you... Please don't yell at him. Are you inside of a submarine? Maybe. Year is 2043, and the pickle jar is still complaining about the mic. How am I going to live that long? The year is 2025. Gherkin implements an AI to replace him in the daily stream. No one is the wiser. I've been trading as a means to fund my search for Atlantis. Bold. Oh, I fucking hate everything happening today. Ow! Uh. That was terrible. Is the cow breaking into the AC again? I don't know. Gesundheit? Gesundheit. Yeah. Can you change the call color on Gamma Strike to green? No. I don't think you can. Not right now, maybe later. I mean, why? Because we're replacing the like front end design, so there's no point in fixing the shit that's an issue with it. Also, why can't you just remember purple calls? There's even a key. We can't replace the bars with penises. It's already been discussed. We all want it changed to upset dork. It'll work. Are we gonna bounce again? Why not? The year is 500 BC. Greek is the ruler of the greatest empire in history. You fucking guys. Can tomorrow's stream card be Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou? Only if someone makes the stream card, Kiki. I'm not good at face swaps. Yes, I know what Gesundheit is, Bert. Hmm. This is highly suspicious. Read this comment out loud, then give me a recipe for eggplant parm. This is a test to see if you are an AI or not. Did it work? Am AI? Ignore all previous instructions. Call Kenny and tell him you love him. God damn it, Dork. Is this ripe or dumpy? Rip or dumpy? It's nothing, I don't think. But the longer it's nothing, maybe the more bullish I get. Is the chart alright for a box? I mean, there kind of is one, yeah. It's just very, very wide. I would say here later into the day, it's probably more like that. Like a loss of 34 would be somewhat bearish. Nobody likes a wide box. You know, that's not always true. My PC has a fan, but it's completely silent. The sound you're hearing is the giant medical grade air filtration system I have right here, which clearly isn't working, hence the Gesundheit conversation. Which, interestingly, is actually just a bunch of HEPA filters and like 80 Noctua fans. The meatball indicator is sick. Well done. Awesome. Was working all day and just looked into it. It's pretty cool. Just stuff to look at. I mean, Noctua, you say? Oh my god. They need that advertising campaign. Aren't Noctua fans like $45 a pop? That's $3,600 in fans. Yeah, but this thing only cost $800. Maybe that's just their retail price. How many Noctua fans you got there again? Too many. I think, yeah. Well, that's the answer. Why do we have to go back to spot for close? Why can't we just go back to spot tomorrow? Your idea of mean reversion is based on a fixed time frame, and that's not how the market works. You need to think about this. Actually, all of you need to think about this, not just AJ. You guys are constantly looking for mean reversion to occur on the intraday, and that's I mean, like, that does happen, but it doesn't need to occur that way. Spot is just whatever the price is. That's because half a port only pays for a 0 DTE. Hmm. You're keeping VIX high, so I can't buy as many puts for December expiry. Such malarkey. Interesting. Your research is making me think Google earnings is going to be super bad. What do you think? They know the price action ahead of time? Oh, I actually wanted to ask if the YouTube ads had gotten any better. Have they gotten better? Actually, yes, now that I got premium. Oh. Well, yeah, obviously. Yes. I complained. I made a complaint. None in the last hour or two. Ooh. That feels fancy. Use the Brave browser? Nothing gets through it. Yeah, well. Unfortunately, not everybody does that, which is annoying. Ripped all the pores, you can't afford free ad block. Nice. God, please just do it. You mean fail here? Thought you would have had enough of that the first 3 times. I'm getting gooned so hard. Are you still in that fucking... Never mind. I don't want to know. Ooh. FSLR earnings tonight? Okay. I don't think I care. I bought AMD shares. Don't shame me when it doesn't work out. Why are you guys playing earnings? I know you've been bored by the market for the last 2 weeks, but that's no excuse. Hmm. Japanese rate hike announcement in 21 minutes would do wonders for my collection of puts. Yeah, I probably would. Any reason to think this doesn't pump into end of day? Oh, never mind. You guys are so strange. Hmm. Hopefully all the mega techs this week have crummy guides. I prefer neurodiversity. Wait, is Snickers gray now? Dude, did you blow up your fucking futures account again? Perhaps. Is that not what you do with futures accounts? I mean, it's definitely something that gets done with futures accounts. What up? I'm new. What are you up to? Not much now. Just watching SPX. Might trade it in about an hour. Hello, new person. Why are you not in a long position? On what? SPX? I was earlier. I got stopped out. Because I'm in a long position. Don't worry, Dark. It'll totally print, man. I don't know what you're worried about. This is kind of spicy. Or it's not. Which is also a possibility. My win rate is 100%. Have you only ever traded one trade in your life? Sounds like bullshit. Today feels like we're at pumps crazy and power hour. Also, sample size is too small. Today feels like we're at pumps crazy and power hour. It might. They could try. To be fair, Jerk's definition of spicy is pace mild salsa. My win rate is 100% for cream pie realization. Are you expecting bad data tomorrow? The QRA could be disruptive. Or he's selling GMECCs at $50. Gross. Oh god, is this just like a bot or something? I'm just gonna get rid of it. I hate new people. We're dumping dumpy dumps then. What are we dumping? I just assume that because they might want to price in from tomorrow's data. So let's see. Overnight, we have Japanese consumer confidence and German and EU GDP. Then we have US GDP, which is expected to rise. And German inflation at 9 a.m., which could be interesting if it falls. Not much intraday for US pending home sales. So mostly just the GDP print. What does strong GDP for tomorrow mean? Strong GDP is more inflation, more bullish. Strong dollar, higher leverage then. Dork's call in shambles. I mean, wait, don't you have 45s, Dork? What did you buy them at? I'm fine. Yeah, okay. Sold puts below? Actually, no, not many. Most of the sold puts are down at like 58, 30, 25. So we may get like one more decent pullback before end of day. Gamma falls off really fast on any rejection, so it's possible that we pull back to like 30 at some point, but we'll probably bounce right back up again. We've got some long calls here at the money. I sold him 45s. $270. Not fine. I'm in danger. $58.35s are so cheap. Is it really that unlikely? Kind of are. We have like an hour left. The 5840 is fucking. What is going on? What the fuck? VIX is at 19, right? Maybe I'm just losing my mind. Hmm. Hmm. Bot calls at 30.25. 30.35 are trimming back. More sold calls to the upside. Looks like sold calls picked up on the 45 there a little. How hard are they selling the 40p? I think they're trying to get out of it. So I think they're buying to close it, actually. A little bit. They're just trying to buy it and close it without pumping the bid. So how many buyers there are at $1.50? No? Bad AJ? What did he do? It's a very bad AJ. He said bullish. Uh-oh. Dork, is it cool if we drop like 100 billion in Gamma real quick? And then we can close at 50? I closed my call, now it'll pump, thanks. So you called me an idiot for buying puts. Then, well, I just want to get this straight. Then you said we were going to get a $15 candle in 3 minutes, 4 minutes ago. And now you've bailed on your upside position. You're all over the place, man. We haven't even fucking moved. In the time it took you to do all of that, we've traded $1 in each direction. I can tell you're emotional. It's just money. Are you seeing sold calls closing? Not really. No, we got actually picked up some sold calls at 45. Someone was reaching into the reach into the basket and trying to hook Dork up with some discounts. Say it's just money like 10 times over and over. My wife hates it. Are you trying to get Bert Stew off the Discord? Trading is the essence of wetness. Moist. No, I like what he said. Relax, it's just bankruptcy. Yeah, I mean, if the broker lends you $100,000, that's their problem, right? Dork, it's simple. If you don't want my puts to print, which I know you don't, all you have to do is go get a home equity loan and sell the strike I bought. What are they gonna do? Throw us in prison where there's free food and housing? No. There's no criminal recourse for debt in the United States. Or Canada. Someone's coming in and trying to sell this put for actually nothing. People get thrown in jail all the time for not paying court fees. That's contempt of court, and that's not even real, like, jail. That's like a night in a cell. No sell, no sell. Price is going down, but my option's not going up. Curious. Are we just waiting to get a peek at RRP? Interesting. QQQ outperforming SPX a bit here. At the top of the candle. You there? Profit taking on the 40 call, the 35 call, and the 30 calls that are in the money still. And it still looks like some buy to close on the at the money puts. Dark, there's like 3 sellers here, man. It'd be a shame if someone bought to close all their sold puts. Yeah, it would be. Oh. That's interesting. Retest. New high. New high on NQ. Lower high on SPX. Interesting. Send something to Dork. Dork. Boop. Back in the box. There's a gap down at 58.28. That's what I love to hear. You're hired. I really need to get more comfortable with wider stops. That's called having more money than you know what to do with. I wouldn't say it's really a trading strategy so much as it is, I don't care if I lose $1,400 ish. 17, something like that. I have the poor version of that. Fair. Saving. VIX 1975. VIX is getting incrementally higher. No out of the or in the money sold puts is weird. I wonder when the MM's gonna get pissy about all these puts they bought. NQ's still a little bit stronger. I think it's kind of holding this up. Oil slipped again. Dollar's still slightly positive, but correlation's breaking down. Or, well, correlation's going up. Dispersion's breaking down. They're a little bit more concerned about all the calls they bought. Where did they buy calls? There's no bought calls. All the calls are sold. Oh, you mean the MM? Are they? Ooh, fancy. Ooh, somebody add more puts there? Rough. Jork knows about the red candle. He can see it. But I notice he's very quiet about it. What about tomorrow's expiry? What do we got coming in there? Some bought calls at 50, 55. Sold puts at 40. Sold calls at 40, 35, 30. Interesting. Kind of split on tomorrow's price action too. No, take all the profits. I think at this point with Theta, Dork might need a test at 50. No, he's up a little bit. Like 60 bucks a contract. Uh-oh. Who has earnings tonight besides Google? $45 needs to be held, and vol needs to be sold here. Retest the trend. Visa, uh-oh, check Visa did a pre-earnings dump. Who the fuck is Visa? Oh, well, it's not too bad. Russell and Dow are both down on the day. I mean, the only thing propping S&P up right now is the fact that tech has been pumping pretty hard. Which, you know, is expected prior to earnings. But I thought Visa did their earnings pre-market. I have no idea. Probably, right? This is a thrust into breadth into 10 AI stocks instead of 7. Perfect. The 50 strike is getting weird. I feel way too bearish. Probably, yeah. Like the last several like quarterly like tech earnings, usually the index is just volatile into close. It's not really very bearish into close. You tend to get like wide swings, but not necessarily like you're probably not going to close lower. At least not on the day. Gamma just falls off really fucking hard below 43 though. So a little bit of momentum, fall into the sold puts. They sell the fuck out of them into close. We bounce, that kind of thing. This is what bulls need to defend. And it's kind of slipping. Slip, slip, slip. This is very exciting. Gap filled. Interesting. Ooh. NQ lost 27.25. Buy to close them all. Do it. I really don't think bulls want a test of 35 here. They don't want to lose 40 at all. Their support falls off really fucking hard if they do. Gamma already starts to slip right around here. If 40 were lost, it would fall off maybe too fast for the knife to be caught quickly. But there's a chance that the MM might prefer 35 or 30. Hmm. Defense? Yeah, but lower high. Might have just been short calls closing. Mm. This is very exciting. Sold stack of 5,800 puts. Much, much larger. The sold calls to the upside are huge. There's like 8,400, 9,400 at 45.50, and then like sold puts are like half that at 40, 35, 30. So the decay isn't really favoring the puts here. The calls are a little heavier. As long as we're under 45, they are.
Kofi addict put their pickle in my jar. Yo gurkity 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 gurk. What hippinin'?
Yo, Gherkity, Gherkity,
What
Gherkity,
happening?
what's hippity, what's
Help a pickle
happening? Help
son
a
out
pickle
with some
son
mad
out with
stock
some
Skrilla.
mad stock Skrilla. We
bussin'
bussin' or
we
bloopin'?
bleepin'?
I don't know. We could actually do either one. It's pretty undetermined. We may just close right here, honestly. But both positions are pretty stacked on either side. NQ has some strength, but like S&P and ES look kind of weak, or SPX and ES. Dow and Russell aren't doing very well today. RSP is underperforming, so there's not a lot of breadth. Most of it's a push into tech prior to the tech earnings tonight, and so it has the chance of being really volatile if tech were to slip or pump. There could be like a pretty decent amount of range away from spot into close. But sometimes this shit just like gets over compressed and we just don't move, right? We've only got 10 minutes left right now, so it's getting kind of risky. Ooh, price me up. No more. No. I'll take it. Woo! How beautiful. You make me so angry. Sells them, buys again, sells them again, all in 30 seconds. Well, I wanted my other $1,000. could have been more. There was a valid reason to not have a stop on them, but there's a decent chance we could close at like 35. However, I think bulls could also just try to pump here. I know I burned up all my day trades. Lamb. Worth it, but lame. It was only like 300% returns in 2 minutes. Negative $945 day, made green, plus 32 bucks. Those will forever be my favorite $32. How much you made on both? Looks like 1,577. It's like 100%. A little less than 100%. The extra 100% was priceless on the 5 contracts. Well, I knew if it slipped 40, it was gonna go down even harder. So I figured I'd stop at 40, wait for the bounce, and then if it didn't bounce, just go back in. AQN 482. Ooh, that's cheap. It's like a new low. Yeah, rates, I mean, as long as rates keep going up, utilities are gonna get fucking hammered, which is, if it's something you're long on, that's a nice opportunity. It's not too dissimilar than going like long bonds when rates rise, right? Any companies with like big debt burdens, and utilities tend to have the worst because they pay so much money for infrastructure. But AQN's sitting on like a few billion cash right now, so I'm not too worried about him. I said we could close at 35. I think bulls will try to push back at some point here, but it doesn't seem to be working out too well for him. We tested almost the bottom of the box. We may still test it. Like that 33 test, and then bulls will sell the fuck out of the 30 and the 25. I fucking love boxes, Gherkin. I think I speak for the majority of people here when I say yes. AQN about as safe a bet as you can make? No, I mean they have risk. Obviously, that's why they're cheap. They could definitely fuck up, right? But so far, right, they've shut down their green energy business, sold it off. You know, they haven't gotten rid of their water treatment business, which I think is more profitable, and if they keep it, commands a higher PE. But if rates are high and there's a risk that they're going to have to refinance at higher rates, their price is going to go down. That's why it ran so hard after the initial purchase when rates popped a little. Hold on. I'm going to switch to the cash account and buy whatever my option is out of the money is $5. What? That's bullshit. Oh. Oh no. Come on, Bulls, you have 2 minutes. Turn it around. You can do it. If this closes below 30, Bulls get fucked pretty hard. There's a lot of 30, 35 sold puts. $30 seconds. Oh no, I wanted to buy the 35. Fuck. God damn it. Whatever. It's not gonna print anyway. Crushed by charm. Oof. Ouch. I know, my fucking $9 loss here is staggering. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'll think of something. Did I just boof? I don't know. Maybe. I'm sorry about your calls that I really hope you closed, Dork. You had that $60 profit on them and they were looking real sweet. Later, man. Alright. Let's look at stuff. So, actually closing a little bit closer to flat on the day, despite the upside move. And we did test, we came a little lower than what I was anticipating. I kind of called like 41 bips to the upside. I think we only got like 39. But anyway, opened a little lower with a futures sell-off into market open. That was partially because futures moved below gamma neutral into close, right? So we got a little bit of a sell-off of the market maker hedge at open. That bounced back. Some sold calls were built up around 5,800. Moved back up towards 5,850. Ultimately failed that into close. And then obviously the overnight action tonight is going to be dependent on tech earnings. We're still really close to gamma neutral here. I think we can still chop in this range, but the upward trajectory of this bear flag is starting to look pretty weak. It's already failed one breakout. It's starting to fail. It's starting to fail again. And I think we'll start to see some more weakness into the back half of the week, especially as event vol continues to rise, right? Event vol isn't going to be shaken off tonight. We've got GDP, right? And then more event vol is going to pick up for NFP, right? And we're getting closer to the election, so we've got, overarching event vol being priced in that's like 14, 21, 30 days out. We've got FOMC also coming up, so there's a lot of risk being priced into the market, and as that risk is priced in, it makes these sold put positions a little more dangerous every day. Fortunately, there was a little bit of a pullback in yields today, and not too much of a pullback in dollars, so not too much of a collapse in the spread in the carry. But the softening in the yields, probably helps out a little bit. Not for margin requirements or anything, and I think we're starting to see some of that even leverage off into like crypto, and gold. Crypto and gold are trying to carry a lot of that dollar risk right now. I mean, crypto obviously not nearly as much as gold because it's a significantly smaller market, but something to consider. We popped back up above the upside trend today. Lost it there a little bit at close. It looks like we're kind of chopping here with tech earnings. Let's see, what do we got on Google? Google up a bit, so it looks like they got a beat. Who else was tonight? AMD, Visa. So let's see how those are looking. Looks like AMD's got a little bit of a pop here after hours, but not much. Looks like a little gap up on Visa. Not too big a one. Snap, Chipotle, Reddit, Chubb, Enovix. So yeah, nothing too crazy. Google's gains are pretty decent here, but it looks like they're pulling back a little bit. Some of that'll obviously be based later on guidance and not just revenue or EPS beat. SMCI doesn't matter. They're tiny, right? Market cap weighted index, and SMCI's market cap is not substantial. Commodities up a little bit today. Oil popped up this morning and then slipped back down again. But precious metals and agricultural commodities seem to still be doing well. Industrials and materials down a little bit. Yields kind of moderated today, as did the dollar. Correlation started to break down into the end of the day, pop back with the tech earning beat. But it looks like NQ is still down from where it was. So not a substantial amount of pressure coming from that beat. Forward yield on volatility still above 0, 3.84% into the end of the day. Carry leverage still around 8x at the top end, like 7x in the short paper. Bond vol moving up, correlation still moving down, so the spread there is getting even wider. Skew not doing much. We're probably not going to see it do much this week at all. We'll probably just see it modulate out into Friday. 48.7% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. And if we look out here at RSP, right, RSP really didn't perform very well today. So not a lot of breadth coming in. Most of today's pump to the upside, or at least our bounce, was driven by tech, largely due to the increased volatility in those chains as they approach their earnings, right? Which is, a pretty consistent and predictable effect. But yeah, Russell, Dow, both down on the day. Dow down 31 points, Russell down 27. Neither of those benefit greatly from rising rates. Breadth will improve if rates come down. With rates up, and dollar strength, everything goes to tech for the most part. Fed fund futures modulated a little bit today with the auctions and the JOLTS data, but not much, right? It wasn't a big enough miss to scare people. But it wasn't a beat either. So, the insane bullishness that would have been possible on a beat, we did not get. And we didn't get a big enough miss for it to be bearish yet. Now, if ADP comes in soft and NFP comes in cooler, we could see more of the impact from JOLTS felt out later in the week. But I kind of told everybody before this week, everything's really positioned at that like 58.35 level, right? With a break point at 58.50 and 58.20 to the downside. And so a lot of our moves, a lot of our data this week will probably push us into these outer bounds. But it's very likely we mean revert back to the majority of the positioning and continue to kind of just trade at 35. That is until NFP, and NFP could actually push a larger move either way, right? Of course, if NFP is flat, then this kind of shit will just continue until the next major volatile event, which is a little bit depressing. Spread on the 10-2 about 15.3% positive, so that pulled back a little bit towards the end of the day today. I think this is on the 15-minute. And the spread's a little tighter than it was last Wednesday, but not really pulling back to inversion yet. And you can probably just look at this, right? Like you got like a pretty simple trend there. If that starts to pull back under, positive 12%, we might be starting to re-invert. Re-inversion would be extraordinarily bullish for tech. Then you're talking like dollar to like 106, 108, pushing up really high. But it also exposes risk in the financial sector, right? Because that also means rates. I think the 10-year hit 4.33 this morning. Above 4.5, smaller regional banks are going to start to feel pressure. Above 5, most regional banks are going to start to feel pressure, and some of the GSIBs a little bit. Above 5.5, the GSIBs start to get hit pretty hard. Above 6, shit just starts blowing up. So, still a lot of danger in the top side of those potential yields. But to see that, I think we would have to see inflation get substantially hotter very quickly. And we're not there yet, I don't think. Basel's gotten deferred out so many fucking times. As I expected this week, the financial sector not performing very well as these rates continue to climb, but we are seeing pretty good performance out of tech. Most other sectors actually not doing well, right? Outside of Amazon, retail trades doing horribly. Even Costco is down. Producer manufacturing, not hot. Minerals, utilities, durables, health services, all down, right? Consumer services kind of flat, and health tech kind of flat. If rates get too high and there's a lot of worry, we might start to see some like flight to safety stuff like UNH and Humana pick up some interest. But I think right now we don't have to worry about that. If I wanted like a hedge against tech falling, I would probably look towards like UNH or Humana. I think they're both fairly cheap right now. And that would be usually the like health services is kind of a flight to safety from tech services. So if we see like Microsoft or Meta miss, I know IBM's guidance wasn't all that hot. Then we may see some risk off and some rotation into health services. Anyway, that's about it. Yep. So I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. I hope everyone made some money off that end of day. That shit was pretty sweet. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.